The enabling effect includes parents increasing their workforce participation when childcare is available. The center is expected to allow at least 35 community members to increase their labor productivity. And then there's the investment effect. This considers the improved outcomes in workforce preparation through improved social and emotional development of the students, kindergarten readiness, and grade 3 reading scores. We'll also be developing an early childhood education employment pathway for both high school students and community members. I'd like to ask that the Board of County Commissioners write our congressional delegation and ask them to support the investment in Clear Creek County through the congressional delegated spending. Thanks for the opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thank you, Mitch. Appreciate it. We don't ordinarily engage in dialogue. I just wanted to say I completely support the idea of doing everything we can to make that happen in a robust way in the county. It's just my take. So I don't know if either of the other two commissioners have anything to say in reply. And then otherwise, I think, do we have Lori Beckel next?
We've got a few. Yeah, we've got two more. So yeah, you can go ahead with Lori.
Okay, Lori. Good morning.
Oh, okay.
We can't hear you yet.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment this morning. My name is Lori Beckel. I live at 362 Overlooked Way in Idaho Springs, Colorado. I've been a child care activist in Clear Creek County for the past 2.5 years. I've recently left a 42-year professional career focused on early childhood. And I'm the founding member of the new nonprofit organization called Expanding Early Care and Learning in Clear Creek County. I'm here today to ask for your support for the Clear Creek School Foundation's $2 million request from directed congressional funding for the new ECE program in the school building on Highway 103. My understanding is that a letter of support is needed from the county commissioners. The need for childcare in Clear Creek County is known and well documented, going back to actually a county-sponsored needs assessment that the Root Policy folks did in October of 2019. This study documented the usage at that time and demonstrated the need for more childcare slots in our county. Currently, we have one licensed full-time childcare program in our county, Fairly Tall, which sits on Floyd Hill. Recently, our board helped the new director in her appeal to keep the infant and toddler program open while required licensing improvements are completed. Otherwise, we would have lost the ability to serve infants and toddlers in a licensed program in our community. Infant and toddler care is recognized as a critical need for parents in our county. Clear Creek County frequently shows up on the state maps as a childcare desert. And I'm just wondering how many of your own surveys since the Root Policy study in 2019 have indicated that our community believes, meaning families, employers, community activists, have said that childcare is one of the top 2 or 3 needs in our county. We elect county commissioners who hire staff to enable the resources for the needs of the people of our community. Funds for childcare are currently all around us, and inaction leads to no results in enabling our community to be in the queue for these resources. We miss out on what has been shown to support the social, emotional, and educational development of our youngest children, their families, and the needs for the workforce for a thriving community, as Mitch has already said. I would ask you to please support the Clear Creek School Foundation's quest for this funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lori. Appreciate that. Becky, is that who's next?
Yep, we've got Becky
Becky
next.
Dancer.
Yes, good morning. Becky Dancer, Director of Teaching and Learning for the school district in the county. And I just want to thank you for the time this morning and just want to bring a few comments from the employer side of the early childhood movement. So supporters of the early child care center that we're proposing here in the county include the 5 largest employers in Clear Creek County. The center is being developed to support employees of the school district, county government, and the recreation district, and has received financial support from Freeport McMoran Foundation and the Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation. Loveland Ski Area, Fry and Sons Corey acknowledged the need for local child care and support the project as well. Early childhood education is key to attracting and retaining high quality workforce in Clear Creek. I asked the commissioners to acknowledge the importance of early childhood education by writing a letter of support for the Clear Creek Schools Foundation's congressional directed spending application. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Becky. Appreciate all of your comments this morning. Do we have anyone else signed up?
Nope.
Okay. All right, the next item on the agenda is commissioner update. I think I'll start. Why don't we start on the screen? Sean, good morning.
Good morning. I don't think I have anything new to report. If I think of anything, I'll chime in at the end.
Okay, good enough. George?
The one thing I have on my list for today is what our public commenters were here to talk about, which is congressionally directed spending.
Right.
So the deadline for applications is March 17th. And I was contacted by the Schools Foundation to bring it to us to consider writing a letter of support. The other things I know is that Idaho Springs intends to submit an application for the pedestrian bridge across I-70 to provide safer pedestrian access to the new elementary school. And I'm not aware of any intent from staff to apply, or I do know there are some projects out there that need funding. I don't know that they would be competitive in this process in a way that particularly the childcare application would be. So that's sort of what I know, and I'm looking for a little bit of feedback, and hopefully we can have some alignment about what we want to do so that we can see and hopefully approve any letters or any actions we want to take on the 14th.
Right. Okay. What else do you have on yours? And then I'll wait and come in on that, back on that topic or any other when you get done. Is that it, or?
That's the only thing I have to talk about this morning.
Okay. I only got two.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Point
Yes,
of
sir.
clarification. So there's no meeting on the 14th. You're doing a tour, but there's not a meeting on the 14th.
So is it a noticed meeting?
It's a noticed.
It's a notice of the site visit itself. It's not a public meeting. There is not going to be an
What time?
opportunity for
Okay.
public.
And what time does that meeting begin?
10,
On site at 10?
yeah.
It's possible, well, I'll just say what I was going to say, and then that helps inform what I was going to say, so thank you. First of all, I'm completely in line with, first of all, let me say that either one of those applications, I think, are notable applications. They both deal with the school and helping the school, and I think ultimately that pedestrian bridge is also a very, very important feature, because we know that for younger kids, now that that's an elementary school on the other side of the interstate especially, and the ability of kids to walk to school, they need safe passage across that interstate without walking across crosswalks on an interstate ramp, on ramps and off ramps. So I think that's important. But I also consider the fact that we need to do a lot of work in that school to prepare it for and enable early childhood development and childcare. I think that's to me, childcare and housing. You know, we've been working on healthcare and childcare and housing in terms of enabling workforce and just enabling quality of life and a healthy environment are probably the biggest things I've left on my list right now. And so I'm completely in favor of whatever we need to do on the 14th. And I leave it to our attorney to decide whether he can circulate a letter among us. I'm ready to say, yes, let's write a letter of support for one of those or both of those right now, depending on what direction we decide to take in a discussion here. And if you feel it's legal to run it around us, that's fine. And if not, I'm happy to run up here Wednesday or that Tuesday morning on the 14th and hold a quick special meeting for that purpose if you need it approved in public session.
So I can tell you, I'm comfortable circulating individually to each of you, getting your input, and then we'll prepare a letter in conjunction with Brian and I will work on that letter, get it back to you, make sure each of you has approval for what it's going to say. I don't think we're looking at anything that's too complicated. If you feel the need that you're going to want to wordsmith a letter, then a meeting would make sense. But if I can be the conduit, I just assume to handle it that way.
Okay.
Will that work?
All
for
right.
you?
Yeah, it works for me if it works for you, like I said. And George, do you have any feedback on, I think those are both worthy projects. I'm probably as interested in the child care center as anything, and I'm not quite sure exactly where we go from here, but we're happy to hear what you've got to say.
Yeah, the thing that I know is that the pedestrian bridge also has an application for the Reconnecting Communities grant.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe I think it can be competitive in that grant process. When you think about the intention of this program is to reconnect communities where roads have divided them. And I think outside of maybe Globeville down in the metro area, Clear Creek County, Idaho Springs, Dumont are sort of the poster child for this effort, right?
In elementary school, kids trying to get there.
We might find out that in the 1960s, they actually did this all over the country. But nonetheless, I think that project has a clearer path to success in my mind than this child care center, which does have a gap and is a big need. And you stated the benefits of it. So this isn't a strong opinion, but I would probably advocate for just doing one letter to make it really clear what our priorities are as a county.
Okay, and your priority would be the child care center first, I think. And I think I agree with that too, choosing between them. I think there will be other paths for that bridge. I'd have a question for Amy Saxton sitting over there. As far as the Floyd Hill project, there's no opportunity to add anything within that funding package that could help that pedestrian bridge. Are there any openings at all left there? Or can we be looking for something new and different?
Which funding package are we talking about?
We're talking about a pedestrian bridge to be able to enable young children to walk across Interstate 70 at exit 240.
Oh.
And I don't think there's any way to dovetail anything like that.
I don't think so.
It would be kind of a wildlife crossing.
Yeah.
But,
I can't think of anything specifically.
well, okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's what I need to know.
Yeah.
I didn't think there was. I just thought, I didn't think there was any opening for any, as we complete final design for any elements to be added to that project. But what I would be thinking about is how we can look for other avenues of funding for that pedestrian bridge. If we take our CDS request and application and put it towards childcare, we certainly should be looking to help enable that pedestrian bridge to happen, because we're going to have elementary school students walking across that interstate, and across those ramps to get to the new elementary school.
I have a quick question for George, and I think you kind of implied it, but is Congress essentially looking for this board to pick winners and losers? I kind of feel like the answer is probably yes, because if we just say we endorse everything, imagine there was 10 applications. Right. I don't think we're really saying anything, are we?
Right.
I think I agree with that. And I don't know, how much they're looking at which letters we submitted for which projects. But I do know that Idaho Springs has an ability to apply directly without assistance from a local government, and the Schools Foundation does not.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
I'm good with but to go back to it, I agree with your prioritization and I'm fine with just doing that one. And I just thought I'd throw out there that I want that to be, the other piece to be on our radar at some point to be able to help whatever avenue can be found to get that bridge built. So,
All right, so I'm hearing one letter, childcare.
yes.
Awesome. And that's all I have for this morning. I know we've got kind of a tight timeline, so.
Yeah, and the only other thing, and we've got it out on our Facebook stuff, is that the potential renaming of Mount Evans is up in 2 days. It'll be at about 7:30 in the morning, our time on BGN. Board of Geographic Names this week, at which time they could make a decision on any 6 of the proposed names or another, or no decision to change at this time. And that can actually be based on if somebody brings other ideas to that meeting, even. But the likelihoods, now that the governor is supported, is that the greatest likelihood is to go Mount Blue Sky. So, so that's just like public notice that that's out there and finally might be hitting the end line on Thursday morning. And I don't have anything else for commissioner update today. County manager update, Brian?
Thank you, sir. I'll try and give you some of your time back here. We are going to, again, we know we've got a conflict today, so I want to make sure we've got all 3 of you as long as possible. So first off, we're gonna eliminate 2 of the 5 executive sessions. First, we'll postpone the Dumont Cemetery. That's the first one listed on your agenda. And then the third one listed on your agenda related to the mobile home parks, we're gonna postpone that as well. I'll be having some conversations with you individually, and we need to give us some more time to do a little bit more work. The second executive session, we want to move that up before your next agenda item at 9 a.m., the consideration of resolution 2322. So we'd like to hold that executive session before you move into the action session after my update. That makes sense?
So we would go immediately following your update, we'll go into executive session.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then finally, I was gonna hold this for during our presentation on FY 22, but again, I need to hear from all 3 of you. We need to get a retreat date on the calendar. And quite frankly, it's probably good we haven't gotten this date because it's given us some time to do some work related to the upcoming budget process, related to some community engagement that we believe we need to be doing as it relates to our budget moving forward. Well, you'll see just kind of a preview of some of that this afternoon this morning when we do the FY 22 update and overview. Thank you. But I would like to focus in on a non-Tuesday, as we've discussed before, a non-regular meeting Tuesday. So I guess all I need to hear from the 3 of you today is, are you going to be gone in the next 2 months on one of those Tuesdays where I should stay away from one of those non-regular meeting Tuesdays? Any plans to be away or conflicts? And if you can't give me an answer right now, I can certainly contact you individually, but that's where we're headed.
The Clear Creek Wildland Partnership meets on the off Tuesdays. 10 to noon on the 23rd of May. Looks like I'm getting ahead of myself. And then there's probably that 3rd weekend as well. Is that where that's going to be? No, the 25th of April. And in March, it is the 28th.
Sorry, I'm scrolling my Tuesdays right now. Tuesday, the 28th is just the wildland partner thing at the Fire Authority. I'm probably repeating George.
28 doesn't work for me while you're looking. I've got the Ground Ambulance Licensing Task Force and the Colorado Secure Savings Program both in the afternoon on the 28th.
March 28th?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the only ones I have are March 28th and April 5th, which are just the Clear Creek Wildland Partner thing. So
April 5th or April 25th?
April 25th.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
the 28th of March, the 25th, and otherwise I'm wide open
Okay.
for all of them. And that's on Tuesdays you were asking.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's it.
And I just wanted to state that Mitch pointed out, let's make sure, Peter, Brian, regarding our letter of support, I got a text from Mitch that says that the Senate applications for this stuff close on Friday, the 10th, not the 17th. So we need to confirm our dates and make sure we got our ducks in a row. And so if you can work with Mitch and make sure we've got what we need, where it needs to go in time. And
By the 10th
that's what I just got from Mitch. So I'm just saying, let's make sure we got our ducks
for the
in a row
childcare letter.
and get it in time, wherever it's got to go, or to all the places it has to go.
And also, did you say that as soon as we get done with this, we'll be going to executive session? I just would like to point out that we have a 9 o'clock item that will take approximately 60 seconds. And I suspect we have a gentleman in the crowd for that item, and he might want to hear it.
That's the reason we're going.
Into executive session before that.
Enough said.
Okay, so with that, assuming that the gentleman in the room has time to wait, I move that we go into executive session for the following purpose.
Pursuant to CRS 24-64024B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions concerning process and procedures related to quasi judicial hearings.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And Sean, I did send you a link, but we may send another one based on the fact that we'll be in that room.
Boy, we can pull it up.
Can we pull it up that way? Okay.
Okay.
We're going to vacate this room.
Yeah.
Completed our executive session. No minutes were taken and no decisions were made in that session for whoever's hearing that. And the next item that we come to today, the next item on our agenda is consideration of approval of resolution 23-22 rezoning case RZ 2022-0001, the Wallstrom Quarry Spur Amendment. Our intention today is actually to continue this meeting immediately without any discussion among us until the 21st, because we're going to have a site visit on the 14th. And so we can be as informed as possible when we do make the decision. And on the 21st, there will be our normal opportunity for public comment. And of course, we'll have a presentation by staff, we'll have a presentation by the applicants, and we'll allow a robust period of public comment. So anyone who came today for public comment will have that opportunity on the 21st. However, as a courtesy, if someone still wants to make public comment today, we'll allow up to 3 minutes at this time. If you choose to do it, remembering that you can also do it on the 21st anyway, which is when we'll be taking this up for serious consideration at that time. So with that said, do we have anybody here that wants to make a public comment today?
Yes, if you come right up to the table.
You can sit in either of these chairs.
I'll just stand. It's going to be very short.
Okay, and if you would please first state your name and also where you live. Just, okay.
My name is Mary Preister, and we live in Jefferson County, just across the road, essentially, and up the hill a little bit from the Wallstrom Quarry area. Our home looks down to where the quarry fines pile is and the new location as well, where they are planning to expand. And so we are very concerned about many topics, which we have sent some different documents to you, which you will see. But we came because we want you to know we are still very concerned. We're concerned about views. We're concerned about noise. We're concerned about danger of the high level of truck traffic that comes down Highway 6 and then down through Clear Creek Canyon, and the amount of activity that is increasing for the Peaks to Plains Trail. You know, more and more public is coming there, and we are very concerned for a potential increase of traffic to be impacting those public members, not us neighbors. You know, we are impacted and we will continue to be, but even the public is going to be. Those are the fishermen and the hikers and the bikers and so forth. And so we just wanted to show up today to just be sure that you know we're seriously concerned about all of this potential expansion. And we know that they're trying to do a very good job about it and be very aware of our concerns. And one that we feel really could be addressed is the noise issue. Those of you who don't live nearby don't get the opportunity to hear the trucks rumbling through the canyon. And there is a Jake break policy apparently, or some kind of new ruling that is about having a muffler to cut the noise. And we're hopeful that Mr. Fry can use his power with his truck drivers to be sure that those mufflers are installed to help mitigate the amount of noise pollution that is happening from the heavy traffic of trucks. So we're just here to say we are very concerned, and we hope that you have an opportunity to see the documentation that has been submitted already and is in your files. Thank you for the time to speak.
Thank you for your comment. And the answer is yes. We do receive documentation of everything you've sent in. And so although you may reiterate what you sent in your document to the extent that you can within those periods, we always encourage people to say something different than what's already been said by another person making public comment, and different than what you've sent if you have something additive, because we will be reading it. So use your time well, and thank you for your comment today. Do we have any other public comment today on this subject, specifically on the Wallstrom Quarry? If not, I would accept a motion to continue this till date certain on March the 21st.
Is that, we're continuing to March 21st?
The hearing itself will continue March 21st. The site visit is not technically part of the hearing itself. There will be no discussion of the merits, no discussion of the application itself
During the site visit.
during the site visit.
Okay. I move to continue this hearing to March 21st
Second.
At 8:30.
at 8:30.
Okay,
I thought it was supposed to be 9:50.
We said the meeting starts at 8:30, so in an abundance of caution, we don't have to start specifically yet.
Great, sorry to interrupt, just wanted to make sure.
okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, thanks everybody for being here today. Appreciate it. For that purpose, and you're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting. It's always exciting.
We do talk about fun stuff in here.
Our next item on the list is a work session with the sheriff's office regarding the E911 communication projects. Sheriff Albers and Under Sheriff Stein. John Kyler.
Morning.
Morning.
Not exactly an emergency, I think people can guess.
Oh, did it come unplugged?
Yeah, I just wanted to just make sure.
Is that?
Throw that on the mic. Morning, John.
Good morning.
When people can't hear me. It's weird.
Hope you saw my email.
I did, and marginally prepared. I don't have the document, but I have some other stuff, so we'll discuss that in a second.
Do you want me to pull up do you have a PowerPoint or anything?
Yes, there is. So please and thank you.
I'm just waiting I think Rick wants to be here for this, doesn't he?
Yeah, no worries. I gotta pull up the PowerPoint anyways, so.
So my apologies for the lateness of that email. I try to read packets over the weekend, but this weekend I was learning well.
Glad you're here. We'll get through that and easy explanations.
What we think.
I try not to
Big
complicate this.
Okay, good, because I need simple.
Do we know where it's at in?
Well, that's 1,000 and some pages. I would
know.
go almost to the last 20 or so.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it's very end.
Packet.
I know. It's taken a while. to
Very
load.
informative, but yes, that'll.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what just happened. There we go.
That's why I like the PDF version with the links.
Yeah. The crud is definitely going around.
Yeah, my wife is
Not even loading. That's good.
Oh, no. So
I don't know what's going on, but my,
It is. The schools are the worst. Yeah. She's not at Main Street anymore?
No, she hasn't been. She's been not a server for 4 or 5 years at least.
Yeah. Man, the girls make good money in there, man. They packed all the time.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
I really don't.
Just go to the very last page and then scroll up a couple.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Once it
it's-
catches up, I know.
Yeah, it's just not loading.
what's going on? My PDFs are not, I usually like to download the files.
Mine
And
isn't.
then open them separate and it's not working.
Mine's not either.
And yours isn't even back.
Here we go.
May I offer some assistance?
No, it's just the download's not working for some reason on these documents. On any of them, I tried all,
Colored page.
HTML, PDF, and,
Here we go.
yep.
Size of the file.
I mean, I can load them, I just can't have to look at them on the browser instead of.
All right.
File, it won't download to.
Go to the very next page at that point.
Oh, yeah, your defaults. Yeah.
Where that is. I think it's a problem, a glitch in my machine.
Is this where you're running?
Yeah, because when they're ready.
Okay, We're ready anytime you are. I think there's Rick. We were waiting for you to be in here. Wanted to make sure the audience was here.
I have my best people up front there.
Yeah,
This meeting's recorded, correct?
no comment.
Public comment? Okay, thank you, sorry.
There's no right answer to that one.
It's 22.
All right, commissioners, just follow up to a previous BOCC meeting and conversations. We were coming back to the table to discuss the continuing projects on some 911 equipment. So with that being said, the first project was a microwave upgrade project. Total of $20,560. That was previously approved through our CAB board last year and slated to continue. And then with budget hearings and the pulling of IT and further discussion, it was pulled. So here we are today.
Okay.
So I'm going to kick to John Kyler then to explain the actual project on it.
So it's the second phase of the project. It's an upgrade to move everything over to what they're calling Ethernet. So give better security and so on. It also will install or change it over from what's called a TDM system to a MPLS, which is multi-protocol label switching. So basically what it does is it makes it so the computers can find the shortest path to communicate. And so it kind of builds in kind of a little more resiliency or redundancy. So that's part of it. It includes 2 switches to add to the 2 that we have, changing out the routers and the firewalls for security as cybersecurity is becoming a bigger issue. So it's going to be required to do this to be able to maintain and continue on the state's microwave system. So most of our hops are all replaced by the state. We have just the one from Georgetown to Saxon now.
Okay.
When you say CAB approved, does that mean that all of the users have agreed to participate in the cost?
Yes.
So this is part of that big.
The E911.
Through the 911 funds.
Exactly, yes.
Wait, now I'm a little confused.
Right.
Because we have a comms budget, and I think we divide that comms budget up and then bill the other units, right?
Correct.
And so this 20,000 is going to be part of that billing?
No. That normally comes out of the 911 funds, which of course those funds are gathered throughout the county and including the municipalities. So 911 funds are actually shared from all of the different entities within the county.
Okay, so this is coming out of a fund in the county budget, which has been in part derived from all those different members and already put into the county budget?
No, 911 funding is a surcharge that's added to all phone lines within the county. And so that charge is on top of their regular billing. They get that. So that then goes to the state and then it comes back to us. Basically, I shouldn't say it goes to the state, but it actually is the 911 carriers, all of the 911 or phone carriers strip that charge off the billing and then they actually send the check to the treasurer. So that's where the money comes from.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I might, just by way of reminder, so during the budget process, as you were reviewing the FY23 budget, you pulled out a lot of these capital items. E911 funds can be used for these projects. They can also be used to fund our dispatch center. You made a decision to pull these out based on some of the other capital projects also not getting funded. So that's how we got here. We funded very little capital in the budget, this current fiscal year budget. Some vehicles in the sheriff's office, maybe a couple other items that aren't coming to mind, but funded very little capital. That's how we got here.
And I remember at that time advocating that E911 revenues go to offset our labor costs. And I think I still have that opinion. However, I recognize that these are projects that we're already in discussion. We're 3 months away from that decision. My intention isn't to entirely pull out the rug. So I'm not going to oppose this. I I will comment that I think we need to have a conversation about those E911 funds and whether they're intended to offset our costs or the costs of every user of that system.
That's what I was trying to get to.
Yep.
I think we'll have that in a second then as we go through different ones, especially after a prior email and questioning. This is specifically to this project. This one was already started last year. This is a phase 2. This is part of our critical infrastructure, regardless of concerns over whether or not the 911 funds are specifically to this or specifically for personnel. I did bring the CRS and some other documentation in a few minute conversation to show that this is still legitimate use, whether or not it's the entire budget that we're looking at of 911 or the cab or anything else. We're talking the same pot of money, unfortunately. And with your cab billing you discussed, it's billing afterwards. It's a quarterly and so forth. So either way, this is a project that we need to continue forth.
And I hate to sound confused by the question and everything, but the point is when it says cab approved, that means there's a bunch of partners involved.
Correct.
That form the cab.
Yes.
And so that if it's cab approval of one of its members spending money to fund it, then that's the conversation I'm assuming that George would like to have, which is in part about how we make sure that when we do have these unappropriated expenses that come up, that there is that it's shared by everyone. It comes from a fund that everyone's paid into, either through the form that you mentioned, through the phone bills, or that if it's a contribution from the partners themselves, that everybody remembers to contribute when we do supplemental appropriations. And that's the discussion. That's a tough one, I think.
And we're the fiscal agent for it. That's why it comes from us. So.
And the CAB is an advisory board. It's Communications Advisory Board, subject matter experts as they participate. And then the CAB comes together as another board under the 911 appropriations.
1 second. George, you had a comment?
I just want to be clear. We're not the fiscal agent for these funds. These are our funds. They're county funds that come into the county to be used for E911. There's a decision that's been made to take the decisions in terms of how the funds get used to the CAB and to the other members that sit on that CAB. But in the end, the responsibility for these funds and these funds are county funds. So we're not a fiscal agent for other people's funds.
And it does help me to know that the members of the CAB think this is a good project.
Right.
My understanding of the CAB is that they're there to recommend financial decisions of the county, and it was formed because they're helping us offset those costs, right? The CAB didn't exist prior to us asking the municipalities to participate in paying for our their comms costs. And so this is just to try to be like really concise and clear.
Please.
I think that any expenditures on comms, whether they're capital or anything else, those costs should be shared across the region. And so that's it. But I'm saying that as a way to sort of talk about the next project, because I understand that this project is underway and we need to fund it. And I intend to support it. I mean, I hope we haven't heard from Sean yet. But.
The only other, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Sean, do you have any comment?
I don't. I kind of agree with everything that's said. I know we have a larger conversation to have, so I'm not going to sweat the details right now.
Right. Okay.
And historically, just a little background. It used to be that it was and Beth, correct me, it was like the mayors from all of the municipalities. And they actually got together, and it was replaced by the CAB. But these were the people that the mayors and
Previously
fire chief and a county commissioner sat on this board, and they would approve any of those expenditures. And then the budget was set by what was approved. And then there was also the slush funds that were used for emergencies. If we had an emergency, equipment went down, things like that. And so that was the restricted funds that then if those were to be spent, we had to come back to the county commissioners and request that. So the dynamics changed a little bit when the CAB was formed.
Peter, can you help me with a better name than slush fund?
It was just a carryover fund.
Yeah. And it wasn't affected by Tabor because of the way it was, yeah. But it was an
reserves is
emergency.
where I was going to go. Yes,
Emergency
yeah.
reserves, there you go.
Okay.
Contingency.
All right. Do I have any more questions regarding the first expenditure for the microwave upgrade project phase 2? Because if not, I'd like to move on to the project end of life replacement program, radio replacement program.
All right, continuing on the discussion of cab approved, this is again back to the funds that are coming in county-wide, as well as going through cab for discussion on what's best practice to continue replacement as technology and radios continue to advance faster, just like computers or anything else. Not too many years ago, there were some stakeholders that didn't even have radios. They were purchasing used or closer to end of life radios, as well as we just know that these portable radios continue to, between weather and drops and everything else, have a shorter lifespan than we would love to have. So with that being said, the continuous replacement was by a dollar amount and how many radios we could purchase at a time. We had a higher goal of number of radios, but unfortunately it shrunk the quantity of radios, not the quality, but the quantity, because the cost of the radios have gone up. So continuing with budgeting, this is an appropriation that was approved and set aside last year to continue radios, pack sets for all entities. And if any of them fail, get lost or anything like that, we have a policy set through the cab that you can exchange out a radio, or if it's lost, then that entity that lost it would replace it at their expense. So we've got fail-safe built in through the cab, through our policies. This appropriation was to continue with some new radios, and we've got a rolling list that is by the date, the oldest radios versus the newest, so that we can keep replacing quality radios for the region. And I say countywide.
And the obsolescence on the radios also. Motorola no longer supports repairs to the radios that we're replacing. And so that's why we're doing this. Once they discontinue and end of life a radio, then you've got a period of time that they support it, which is normally about 5 years. And now we're trying to get out of that position where we aren't, handing out old radios that are bricked.
And are these radios still supported, or are they in that phase where they're being supported?
We're in that gray area right now. They seem to be able to fix the ones we have right now, but I think we're on borrowed time because we're well into, I think, about 4 years into that now. So we might have one more year. And then after that, these radios will be junk.
And
if they break.
And are these radios an expense that we'll be incurring no matter what future structure we have for whether we're JeffCom, whether we were staying where we were, whether we're in a multi-agency or a multi-county thing? These are the equipment that we'll be using no matter what, that we'll be responsible for purchasing?
That is correct.
Okay, other commissioners, questions?
Can you clarify the way I read this? We're buying radios for the fire authority, EMS, and municipal law enforcement?
It is, because it's part of the cab, and whoever's got the oldest is who we'd swap them out through to replace the oldest with the newest and continue replacement, because these are still programmable and able to be viable regardless of where our future is, as long as the Motorola or whichever company, because we do look at other best practices and expenditures. There are some new technology with Kenwood. There's a parent company of Kenwood. I was trying to remember, but anyway.
Johnson.
EF Johnson, thank you. That just came out with a new, fairly compatible and maybe a little bit more inexpensive. But as we keep going through that, we'll keep looking for best practices and fiscal responsibility. But either way, bottom line, radios will need to be purchased. These are the pack sets, not mobile inside vehicles that are owned by various entities, so fire, EMS, and so forth. These are just the pack sets, the portable radios that someone would carry out into the field. And under state law CRS 2911-104, that's 29-11-104, as well as CFR, it's the federal regulation. They are authorized purchases of 911 funds And I know there was a discussion on PUC and so forth. I actually have an email and discussion that it is authorized under the PUC as well as state CRS. They are the ones who also provided the telecommunications Title 47, Chapter 1, subsection A, Part 9.23, showing under federal as well as state law, it's authorized purchase and use of the funds.
Okay, thank you. And the fact it made it this far, I have confidence it's legal because our county attorney, I presume, reviewed it. My question is more of a policy question. And it's not one, Sean already observed that we're not scheduled to discuss that today. And it's kind of curious to me because I'm on the Fire Authority board and I think I authorize expenditures for radios on the Fire Authority board.
From Fire Authority.
And so it's something that we need to chase down in a larger conversation we need to have about those E911 funds and whose budgets are intended to offset or whose budgets we wish to intend them to offset.
Fire Authority get by their own radios. So
Yes.
they'd be out of this equation.
The Fire Authority, what, Rick?
Rick, can you come up so we can?
Well,
Fire Authority did buy their own radios. I talked to Jeremy, he bought their own radios, so they'll be out of this equation.
or at least for a little while then,
For a little
because
while, for at least 5 years in rotation basis.
So that's my next question. Are we talking about spending $36,000 this year, or are we talking about authorizing $36,000 to be spent over a period of years?
This year.
this year, because we actually missed last year. Originally, this was expenditure for last year, and we'd be bringing an additional one this year in fiscal year 2023. This was technically 2022's.
Okay. If you could do me a favor and make sure the CAB is aware that the commissioners are asking questions about those E911 funds and whether they should be offsetting our budget or their budgets.
Be discussed and brought up at 11 o'clock this morning at our next CAB meeting after this session.
Okay.
So, yeah, and obviously 5 radios a year or whatever the fiscal is, if we can get some cheaper that are just as viable in quality and so forth, the F. Johnson, Kenwood type stuff. It's not enough to keep us above water, but it's assisting in keeping radios and operations and public safety moving forward in the county.
Of course. And, my concern is one that is to make sure that all the partners are sharing equally in the cost and that the county isn't subsidizing beyond county operations at the end of the day. And so that we have, in the end, that's the big policy discussion we want to have, is to make sure that there isn't an area where one partner gets a free ride. So that's all. That actually works pretty well without Sean.
Sorry, I was trying to be sly.
Yeah, I hardly noticed anything. And what's the typical life of these things usually? How old are the ones that you're replacing right now?
5 years.
5 years is what we shoot for or less, but realistically, we've got some that are even longer than that. A lot of the life has to depend on, again, the use, droppage, things like that, but also technology. It's a technology issue. Motorola is guiding that because right now we're using Motorola. And if they say we are no longer going to support this technology, whether or not it's because of a security issue or microchips was another previous one where they couldn't get supply and demand of parts. So we're held by the supplier.
Brian,
Do you have for me? Thank you.
I just had one really quick comment. This is Sean. I know that the Fire Authority made a grant application through CDPHE. I believe radio equipment was part of that application, and I would just encourage us. I know that those applications are available. I don't think they are for law enforcement, but I'm sure they are for EMS and fire. So I think there's opportunities for us to make use of available state funds to just make our dollars go further in the future too.
And can I piggyback on that? I'll tell you that both fire and EMS have applied for those funds and have been successful in getting some of their radios replaced that way also, which has helped a lot.
well, and I think that what that does, it begs a question that whatever we approve today, that, certainly try to be as judicious as possible in the use of those funds, because if you're able to find out that some of what you're projecting to use these funds for can be covered from another source within the reasonable period of time, if they're applying right at this moment and getting those funds, that any of these funds that are left unused because you're able to get those from elsewhere can certainly ease our discussions down the road as we figure out how we're operating too. So,
That's a great point.
in other words, I'd like to think of this, and I know I'd like to think of it as a not to exceed at this moment in time, at least until the next emergency comes along, but think of this as a not to exceed while we diligently pursue to get any of the stuff that this is supposed to buy bought with some additional funds from the other agencies that are being earmarked or gotten from state for that purpose. So just additional stuff to keep parked.
I believe it was about July or August of last year, the discussion on those grants and how fire and EMS were obtaining the grants and receiving some radios or funds towards them, but they had to maintain inside that entity. So what it does is helps us more of a countywide, because while those would stay with fire and EMS radios as their equipment, we can then apply these funds and radios towards others that are not able to obtain that funding.
Okay. So any more on the radios? Any more questions by anyone? Okay, Saxon repeater repair, cab approved also, I see.
Yes, this was an emergency repair that started last year in September. There was a last update October 7th that's included in the packet. It was a previous failure that occurred, and we're basically just on borrowed time with equipment. So these repeaters are a primary, but also seen as a backup VHF system for radios. And it's used by not just public safety, but also a lot of other entities, whether or not it's the search and rescue as backups or road and bridge. So very viable, valuable towers. And this repair on Saxton Mountain deals with some of the regional Northwest red and blue, which are channels that are used by multiple agencies, not just the county. So we're just trying to maintain and keep the system up and running. So this was an emergency that we need to continue the repair. It was for $8,680.
Okay, is a portion of that already spent?
I think that was a previous, and this is the.
We haven't been billed yet for any of the work that's been done already. So we're already in arrears on that. They've pulled the cards out of the repeaters, and they need to be, once we get the approval, they'll send them in to be repaired. We're probably 6 to 12 weeks out to get those repaired. And then we'll get them back into the repeaters to bring them back to life.
So this is to fund an emergency repair, which has already begun. So part of it's already committed and spent.
Correct.
Effectively spent.
Yep.
Part of the work.
Not paid, but
correct.
But the work done. And this pays for that work and completes the balance of the work to be done.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions on this one?
No.
Okay. The next slide, I note, is just a summary. Is that correct?
It was, and it was summary from part of the previous discussions on a larger PowerPoint that was originally going to be presented back on February 21st, I believe.
I don't think it's necessary to go through that and the closing comments. I think those all contribute to that other discussion we need to have on policy going forward. So in general, about these three expenditures, I'd be happy to entertain any more comments or questions from either one of the commissioners or staff.
What do we need here?
Well, you're gonna need if you're going to approve the projects, we're gonna need to bring back a budget amendment in order to appropriate the funds, because none of these funds are appropriated. So that will take about a month to come back to you to appropriate these funds so they can fund the projects.
So it's a supplemental budget.
Yes, so we would be bringing that back to you. So we need direction that you want to fund these projects, and we'd have to bring back in a budget amendment in order for the funds to be there for them to spend.
Okay.
And just for scheduling, just to keep it in mind, April 4th is already a very full agenda with another 1041 hearing as well as some other items. So a budget hearing is still a hearing.
Right.
And so I don't know if the 4th is the best day or if we would do it 2 weeks after that, unless there's a special meeting.
Well, I guess what I would say is that if we say, let's do the supplemental appropriation, then we're kind of making that decision today, but we have to ratify that decision at that meeting. And I would think that if it were in response to a request to whatever we approved today to do, it shouldn't take long to do that. Is that correct?
No, so in this instance, I would recommend that the board not ratify a decision later. A budget hearing, any type of budget hearing by statute requires notice of publication in the paper, as well as an actual public hearing with public comment on the item. So we can't get around the required publication
Okay.
requirements.
Okay, what's your best estimate of time to conduct this then on that date?
I suppose we could do it on April 4th.
Yeah, it was a month, so it's gonna take at least a month to get.
That's
this
one
done.
of, and that's what, so April 4th is the most reasonable time because we've got this month pretty well tied up.
We'll shoot for the 4th, can't guarantee the 4th, but we'll
Okay.
shoot for it.
All right.
Well, we haven't had that, we haven't heard somebody say, yeah, let's do this yet, so.
I'm in favor of it, and I'm in favor of having a streamlined process.
Thank you.
We can get these answers sooner rather than later, and if April 4th is the soonest, then that's fine by me.
Might I caution that the longer we put it out and just the delay in getting parts, that's going to put us out quite a ways. So I appreciate as soon as we can get it, for the fact that especially the repeaters, those are used for wildland fire, our interaction with our mutual aid. And so putting that off and then having another 2 months to get them repaired, that puts us well into what could be considered wildland fire season.
I was looking at the same thing and it's an $8,000 expense. My hope is that if this board gives directions that we intend to approve this expenditure today, you guys might be able to figure out how to find somewhere in your budget that you can get this done with, so that you can get these expenditures going. And maybe I'm talking completely out of school, but you can get these expenditures going and with confidence that we've said here that we're going to fund them, we're going to authorize them being funded by E911. Does that make sense? Am I being confusing?
We can't make that authorization today legally because we have to have a budget hearing to do that. But our intent, I feel like I can state today that I support these purchases and I support having that brought to us.
George is correct. There's nothing stopping the sheriff's office from making these expenditures today within the confines of their existing approved budget.
Yeah, and the reason I don't say that to say, oh, let's not appropriate these funds, just figure out where it goes in your budget. I intend to say, my intention is to point out that you guys might be able to get this started before we have that hearing.
Yeah, I think what you're hearing is our word and intent. Is to ask staff to bring this to us as quickly as we can get it done and approve it so that those funds are legally approved. In the meantime, you have funds in your budget and you can start and call somebody and get an order going on something. That would be how I would try to handle it. And we're not gonna say these things today and come back on the 4th and say, nah, we changed our mind. You know, so you presented these well to us and we understand the need.
Appreciate the confidence.
Thank you. And I heard a 4th or 5th yep in the corner from finance director, so appreciate it.
I do have one final comment because I heard you, John, say that these E911 fees are collected within the municipalities. That may be an argument for why the municipalities have some claim on those revenues. I just want to point out that all of our revenue streams are collected inside the municipalities as well.
Yes.
So that's our sales tax, our property tax,
And there are funds collected inside the municipalities that stay inside the municipalities for that purpose.
Yeah.
And so that we just needed some, a little bit of philosophical and legal arguments about, not argument, well, yeah, they may be arguments, but discussions to have about how we manage this going forward.
When, just as a reminder though, just to be clear, the municipalities are not paying their full cost of dispatch service today, right? Because that's a ramped up cost in that agreement that they've signed. So they're not paying their full cost for dispatch, in addition to getting their cut of these funds as well. So.
And it's 85%, it was 85% last year, right?
So we're getting close, should be right.
We are getting close. I think actually we're moving to the 85% this year. I'll pull it back up. I can look at that today, but either way, that portion is correct and accurate. I think a lot of the discussion that we'll get into future, whether or not it's discussion or argument, is actually about the additional fees and so forth. What was included in the current contract as administrative cost fees and overages versus what is the requested additional billing towards municipalities, but that's a different discussion.
Okay. Well, I think we've said what we have to today, and then we need to be talking about and setting aside the time sometime after April the 4th, obviously, to get into some, discussions about how we want to make the big picture decisions going forward. And patience on this item right here while we went through it in such detail.
No problem.
So you guys gonna put it on the agenda, or do we need to send you an email to put it on the agenda?
We're gonna put the budget amendment on the agenda.
And I will be following up with
Yes, but you're responsible for the information that,
the memo and so forth, and I'll be in touch on the next CAB meeting. Again, we'll extend that as an opportunity for you to attend so that we can keep these discussions.
Okay.
Mess that up again and miss our day.
And
gotcha.
And we'll
I'll
be,
make sure that doesn't happen too.
and to be clear, I think what I heard from staff is we'll be shooting for the 4th. But regardless, you heard our commitment today that these are good expenditures. And so if you've got money in the bank and you need to get this going, it's critical. And we'll get it done as quickly as we can based on Peter's assessment of all the other junk that's in front of us. But it would be, the 4th or the 18th or somewhere right in that range. We'll get it done.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Okay. We're only 15 minutes behind. So we are next moving on to a 9:45 a.m. work session regarding the Dumont, Lawson, Downeyville sub-area plan. Amy Saxton.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yes, I think you have in your packet a cover memo describing the RFP for the DLD sub-area plan project. I think the key points on this project is that the concept of a sub-area plan is quite broad. It can be a kind of an urban planning type project, or it can be something that is more broadly defined, focused on housing or infrastructure. So that's one point. And then I think the other key points are just that we had there were a lot of reasons why this project came into being. The questions about the greenway, questions about the LDS property and how we were using it, all of those things are why this project came into being. And there are a lot of things that we can possibly get out of this project, a lot of answers to different types of questions. So I think that's just a little bit of groundwork to establish. The memo reviews the process for acquiring the Henderson grant that funded the project. We were awarded $60,000 on a grant request that was looking at we scoped the project at about 85,000 and asked for 75% of that. So we got just a tiny bit less than we asked for. So I think what I think we're looking for from you all today is help with, or we're trying to make sure you understand that we're going to need to get narrow it down a little bit, because first, the concept of a sub-area plan is broad. The amount of information that we're seeking is pretty broad, right? We could be looking for, hey, where should we put the greenway, to, hey, what's the long-term development prospects for this area? So those are two very different types of questions that we could be asking. And we, with $80,000-ish as our budget, we can't ask and answer every single question.
Right.
So this memo tries to talk about some of the different questions we can ask, tries to review some of the background on how the project was formed, and talk about some of the different benefits we can have. One other thing I would just point out is that depending on what type of questions we choose to focus on for this project, when and how the role of the community, which is crucially important in this project, may differ. The the way that we engage the community and exactly what we need from them is going to differ a little bit, and the impact on the community may differ. So all of those things are a very mishmashy type of blend. And I don't know, Brian, do you want to add anything on this?
Not at this point, no.
Okay. So I think I just would welcome any questions you have on the content of the memo and any comments you have about what you're hoping to get out of this project.
Well, after having read the memo, I get what you're saying. It's still, I mean, the whole thing, it's not a criticism at all. It's vague because what we can try to get out of it is vague, and there's so much we could need. I think when I go back and look at the 3 or 4 different things that have driven this discussion and this need, they kind of imply that broader look, as broad as we can see. Infrastructure, housing, and all those things are, I think, really critical to look at everything from, and safety, traffic safety and how it develops economically, any further beneficial economic development to that area that helps make it more of a multi-use. For example, to make it viable for an expansion of housing there requires both infrastructure and some, potentially some economic development to make it a good multi-use neighborhood to provide the purposes of effective housing. And so, I mean, I know I'm staying vague myself too, but my general trend is to say, my general thinking is to think that we have to look pretty broadly to be able to support all the things that have forced us to say we need to do a sub-area plan, run across that broad gamut of information: housing, infrastructure, economic development, and safety. That's my first gut level reaction to the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we get the most for the least, you know?
I have a comment on the budget, which is, it's unfortunate we didn't get all 85,000. I remain grateful for what we did get, of course. And I think we might have to figure out how to fund this such that it's adequate.
We do the right job.
I would hate to only answer some of the questions we need answers to in order to make decisions, because we need to answer all the questions, right, in order to make decisions. Not all, not every. And so I'll provide, Randy sort of went down that road, and I agree with what he mentioned. The things that I think are how, when we were talking about the Greenway, it was made very obvious that pedestrian safety is a huge need. There is no way for pedestrians to access amenities. And that was a huge need from the community. How to improve the safety and flow of the increasing bicycle traffic through the area, right? We're just about to see, we've seen this happen on I-70, and I'm sorry, I'm going to try not to filibuster, but I think that when the section of Greenway that's about to be finished in Idaho Springs is finished, we will see a lot more bicycle traffic all the way up through Dumont, right? Because now we have a Greenway.
Right.
Yeah, now we have a Greenway that gets all the way into Dumont before it gets kind of confusing where you're supposed to go. And we identified a lot of serious safety concerns with the level of bicycle traffic we have today. So I just think we have to be ahead of that issue. I think that the neighborhood, the way I read their comments is that they acknowledge the issue as well, and want us to be really careful about where we put it, how we put it, and maybe we need to drop some of our assumptions about whether it needs to be 10 feet wide, et cetera. So there's that. And then the other one is, how can the DLD neighborhood accommodate more housing supply? We have a housing crisis. It affects every single one of our constituents in one way or another. And a big piece of that problem is a lack of supply. There are also huge pieces of that problem related to just frankly exploitation that's caused by sort of almost historic wealth and income inequality. But we do have to address the supply issue as well. And we have to be careful when we do it, that we do it in a way. But anyway, let me not ramble. Let me stop that ramble. Sub questions about how we can accommodate more housing supply is, what are the utility constraints, right? What is the desire of the neighborhood in terms of the where, the how, the what? But I do think that we need to establish a goal going in that we're asking questions about how and how much, not if. This isn't about if there's going to be housing in Dumont, it's about how and how much.
Right.
And so that's, I think, kind of my opening comment. Well, I have one other comment, which is in the last line in this memo, you say that once selected, we'll get feedback from the consultant to scope the sub-area plan. And I just have experienced more than once that if I don't ask for everything to be in this scope before we're under contract, then we have to go to a contract amendment. So I'd rather us get everything in now.
Yeah.
Right.
I think that was the intent with that comment was it may help us as we're in negotiations with respect to scope, but that would be before a signed contract.
Prior to contract.
I realized when I made my comments a little bit ago, I stopped where I did intentionally because I didn't want to just keep going. And it was a natural segue to then how do we get that done? And I have some comments that I think might be informative, but I don't want to say any more until I hear from Sean right now.
Thanks. First off, I'm very grateful that this is finally underway. We've been talking about this for quite a long time. And I think perfect shouldn't be the enemy of adequate. And I know that the two things that were mentioned, specific guidance that will allow policy decisions around what to do with the former LDS church. I think that's number one on the list for me. And maybe tied for number one is recommendations or options with the pros and cons related to the routing of the Greenway. Beyond that, I wouldn't want anything to hold this process up because we can always revisit it later. Those are my thoughts.
Sean, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
When we were talking about the Greenway, the lack of pedestrian access around the neighborhood came up. Do you, when you say we should focus on the alignment of the Greenway, do you include pedestrian use in that?
100%. Yeah. I mean, not to relitigate what we talked about before, but that lack of safety infrastructure on the north side of the highway is what persuaded me to route the Greenway then, knowing that we would essentially solve two problems at once. And, I would like whatever urban planning consultant, however you want to characterize it, is going to weigh in on this. Having a third party weigh in on this, that particular component of it, I think is critical.
I agree with that. And let me say, I share those concerns. I know we had a pretty big, and I'll define it as an argument about it before. And I don't want it to be that argument because I want to be really, really open-minded myself about it. It became clear to me when we were having that discussion that no matter where I think, and I think the reason I brought the arguments I did before was because I think they are well informed, both from observations of others, evolutions of greenways and how people are using them, and then my own extensive experience with now a few thousand miles just on greenways alone, and just in the last few years that it's the thinking has changed. I think, and this gets in the weeds a little bit, but not to come to a conclusion, but just to give you the kind of thinking I'd like us to have a third party explore very, very carefully. I think that a north side alignment, for example, for a greenway to expect cyclists to stay on it is probably going to be very difficult and unrealistic because of what you have to do to get to the truck stop and all the other things that we expect to see develop there. Which means that you're almost making a decision to leave the bikes on the road, which isn't for about the next 5 years going to be a huge deal. I think I agree with George that when the Idaho Springs section of the Greenway is complete, that's going to make a big difference. Another thing that's going to make a big difference is when the Floyd Hill project is complete in about 5 years. Because right now we've had continual construction one after another, and the habits of the cycling public have been to skip this section and stop doing it because it's so difficult to do except for special events. So we see actually a much smaller flow of bicycle traffic coming through the county through this section to between Idaho Springs and Georgetown than we used to see about 15 years ago before all this construction began. There was a lot of big organized rides and stuff coming through. So I think what's going to happen is in about 5 years, we're going to see that happen. And so having a third party look at the possibility of multiple options, certainly if we're going to build only one thing and it's only going to be on the north side, I would advocate for that for pedestrian safety. And I think something must go there as part of the overall final solution for that pedestrian access. But then that really especially begs the question about what George said about, does it need to be 10 feet wide? For pedestrian access, you don't need something that's designed for bikes to make curves and do all that kind of stuff that aren't even going to be on it because they have to stop at every driveway and go through the truck stop and all that. They're just going to stay on the road anyway. So then you build something, you design it for pedestrians, just like the difference between a hiking trail and a mountain biking trail. If you're building a hiking trail, it's a completely different thing than building a mountain biking trail. And so knowing those kinds of things and having a third party come in and help us settle those questions. The other thing that I think having this broad ranging conversation will do and having a third party in to really study it is it'll not only allow us to become more aware as we make decisions about what to do, but it will create a more informed public that will be able to better understand what the compromises are that are being made, that we think need to be made. So, we may find we run into less opposition to smart ideas, or we might learn that the ideas that we thought were smart aren't so smart. And I mean that about myself too. And a lot of it won't matter because by the time we get through the sub-area plan and get around to doing that and find some money for it, I won't be a county commissioner anymore anyway. So I'm really thinking about informing the public and future county commissions about a lot of these decisions. So.
Great. Okay, well, that's very helpful. Thank you. And I think that just one clarification on the budget, we asked for 75% of a project that we had budgeted at $85,000, which would have been 63,000 or something. So we asked for 63,000, they gave us 60. So it wasn't like they, drastically gave us a whole lot less than we asked for. And then we had identified ARPA funds for the 25%. So I think, we can still
Find a little more funds.
Yeah, if we put 100% of the ARPA funds that we had in and the Henderson funds, that's $81,500. So it's not a huge decrease over what we had originally intended. Even at 85,000, it still may be difficult to fully explore, kind of the urban planning approach and fully explore pedestrian safety throughout the DLD neighborhood and also understand what it's going to take to evaluate and expand housing and, and answer the LDS property question, which I think is going to require a look at utilities. And so, we need to find out what we can do for the money and come back and talk about what choices we might have to make, what trade-offs we might have to make. And I just think that's, we just have to acknowledge that may be there may be more to say about this, but I appreciate the guidance on what your priorities are. And I think that's going to help us finalize our proposal with clarity and get some good proposals. And
I think, and these would be my closing comments. So it sounds like the next step is for, just like we talked about in the last session about throwing our, if we have questions, George brought up, if I don't ask these questions up front, then they'll end up not being in.
Absolutely.
I think the smartest way we can approach this is for, like I will try to articulate a little better than I just did some of my thoughts about how to look at that Greenway thing and what are the questions we need answers to make good decisions about whether we're multitasking and doing two things or if we're going to do one thing and then limit to what it can effectively do or what.
Right.
So those would be, I'll try to articulate that better. We should get those in so that you can write a good informed scope of work. And then let's see what we can get, that's broad enough and see what the prices come in. And then if that gives us some more financial goals out in front of us to find some more money in order to get it as right as we can, at least it'll be an informed decision at that time rather than just say, well, let's go find another 10 grand, or let's go find another 15. Let's find out what it's really going to cost to do what we think we need to do and then work from there. Which asks us to send our comments to you, on the next, I don't know,
ASAP.
next week or two.
Yeah.
Get a scope written and get an RFP out.
Right.
out.
Yeah, we don't, so, the next step for us is to get the RFP out in the street, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think I have any comments beyond just this last thing that I thought of is when we're talking about utilities, I mean, I think in particular, we heard about water quality and water quantity of the
Right.
groundwater. And we really just need to understand how groundwater is a limitation.
Right.
I think this process should include a bit of an open-ended discussion about what other needs the community perceives. Not that we have to go plan for all of them, but I think any good master plan would include that.
So and apply some pretty good public outreach then.
Yeah, and the memo talks a lot about public engagement, and obviously that's why you do these plans. The other thing, if it hasn't been done already, this sub-area plan should answer any open questions that were raised in our master plan. Our master plan called for this, and it's needed, I think, because there's some open questions in that document.
We're 10 minutes from losing Sean. Have we said enough on this subject, do you think?
I have one follow-up, because two follow-ups. I share the budget concern, so we may be back with respect to that. But George said something interesting to me that I want to make sure, to the extent that Randy and Sean, you're willing to answer this question. George's comment was, this is not a study about if we should do something. This is about how we should do it and how much will it cost, right? That's an important distinction in this plan. Not should we, it's how can we? You share that.
Oh, yeah,
To the
absolutely.
extent-
And I share it at two levels. I share it that, first of all, with regard to getting a good sub-area plan done, I share what I think is sounding like a consensus that we need to get as comprehensive a plan done as possible. And the reason is that we're also talking about not if, but how this area will develop as a result of that plan. It's not going to be a matter of whether anything changes in Dumont and Downeyville. It's a commitment that things will be changing there. And so we have to get this plan done for that purpose. So there's two, not if, but how questions in there. One's the plan and then the other's the stuff that we plan for.
Because it will impact how we engage the community too, right?
Right, exactly. This is a serious quest because stuff's going to happen,
And there's a grant that's really well fitted for this conversation that we're having, the Reconnecting Communities grant. I mentioned it earlier in the meeting. The reason I'm bringing it up right now is to encourage us, this plan won't necessarily make decisions, but it should inform us to be able to make the decisions that will allow us to apply for that grant, because otherwise we're talking about something that will never happen, right? We don't have the cash locally to get this stuff done.
Right.
Okay. If that's enough said.
Did we hear from Sean on that?
Sean?
I'm not 100% sure I understand what's being asked of me, but if someone is asking me, have I made up my mind, no matter what data comes out of this study, the answer is obviously no. I'm going to wait and see what the study says, and then I'll react to it. I'll respond to that.
I think, Sean, the question about whether something, I think the point that the question was whether once this plan is done, something will happen. That we're not just making a plan to put it on the shelf or making a plan that says we should do nothing, because I don't think we're going to have a plan or a study that's going to tell us that we should do nothing at Downeyville. You brought up, for example, the LDS church and that we expect to have come out of this with concrete progress to be made with properties and infrastructure and stuff like that. And that's all it meant. Not that we're committing to any one thing right now at this moment. We're waiting for the experts to help us find that out.
Yeah, the one thing I will happily comment on is I do feel very committed to figuring out what to do with the LDS property, because right now it's essentially a dead asset, and it's been sitting there since shortly after I got elected 6 years ago.
And that's what's behind the spirit of we're making a commitment that we want to get something done there. Whatever it is, no preconceptions, but we want to get something done.
That's fair.
Okay. With that, have we concluded this, or do you need anything else, Amy?
I think I have what I need.
Then you just need, except for our comments that we'll try to get to you in the next week.
Yeah.
By next week or something, at least any final comments we have, or to better articulate what we said today.
That should do it.
With that, let's move on to, I think we can go through a consent agenda real quick before Sean drops off. There are 4 items on the initial consent agenda. Do we have any need, first of all, before I read them, for anybody to pull anything off or out of it? These 4 items? Hearing none, the consent agenda is consideration of the warrant register. Number 2, consideration of approval of public trustee quarterly report. Number 3, consideration of approval of county treasurer's semi-annual report. And number 4 is consideration of approval of Jefferson County Open Space Trails Partnership Program, grant terms and conditions. Any questions or comment about any of those? Then do I have a motion?
Move we approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now we move into the Clear Creek County Housing Authority consent agenda to the extent that we can. And we have a consideration of approval of adoption of the Clear Creek County Housing Authority bylaws. Do we have any questions about that before taking a motion?
Yeah, I would. Really just a comment. I read through these bylaws. I'm looking for them. I have way too many documents open. In these bylaws, and this is standard, I think, it authorizes the manager to make policy decisions that are consistent with policy decisions made by the board. And so this would be an opportunity for me to say that as a member of this board, I'm not satisfied with the level of policy discussion and the level of direction around housing policy that's been given. And I think if we're going to, and I approve it, I support it. Right now, the county manager has a lot of options because we haven't done anything to create housing policy here in Clear Creek County. So this is an ask for us to create some housing policy. So I'm a little more comfortable with the authority we're giving to the county manager.
Okay. Does that mean that you're comfortable with these bylaws as written, or that you think it's a living document that needs improvement as we move forward?
I'm comfortable. I think the document makes it incumbent on this board to provide adequate direction so that the county manager is making policy decisions that are reflective of policy decisions we've made. Right now, we're not. I mean, do you?
I can offer some additional insight just so you're aware. So the reason why we're bringing these bylaws to you at this time is because we need those bylaws in order to secure an EIN for the housing authority. Those are basic bylaws. They're modeled after some other bylaws. I expect that when the housing authority, should it become a full-fledged practicing independent housing authority, they will adopt new bylaws. And if we go multi-jurisdictional, same. But for purposes of at least moving the ball forward, that's why you see that. I think it's a very well taken comment, and I'm sure the manager as well as legal will take that into account should anything move forward with the housing authority.
I think that's the reason I said we're moving into the housing authority, such that
it is
to the extent we can, and such that it exists. Since we don't have an EIN, and since we haven't got all that now, and this is going to allow us to get to that official capacity of having a real housing authority that
we are a certified housing authority by the state, but in terms of being able to actually fully function from a financial standpoint, we do need to move forward.
Yeah, this will make it meaningful. So, okay. Thank you. So that was consent agenda. We did discuss it, but do I have a motion?
Move we approve the Clear Creek County Housing Authority bylaws.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, we have a work session to review Commissioner District and the 2020 population statistics. Sean, I see that it is 10:27. Are you sticking around for a few minutes or?
No, I'm not able to, but I'll watch the recording and I'll just state that maybe this is not a widely believed opinion, but I do think many, if not most, Floyd Hill residents consider themselves evergreeners, which is District 2. Beyond that, that's really all I have to say. And I'll look forward to watching this and connecting for the executive sessions right after lunch. So thanks.
Thanks. Matt Taylor.
Good morning.
And on another subject, you'll note I finally sent you an email, so I'm sorry.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Thanks.
Sure. Do you want a pen? Or you have the pen?
I'll use this one. Thank you.
I'm embarrassed it took me that long to send you that email.
That's quite okay. All right, so last time we met on February 21st, we presented an analysis of the 2020 decennial population counts and compared them to the current 2011 commissioner districts. And we kind of went through and realized that there was three small areas that we needed to modify to hopefully match them to the census blocks. And then with that information, we come up with this distribution here of District 1, 2, and 3, the numbers that are on the screen, and realized that we are in fact more than 5%, having a 5% difference between the most populated and the least populated district. So we needed to go through a redistricting process. At that meeting, the commissioners had 2 questions for staff, and so we've kind of gone through those. The first question was, can data other than the 2020 decennial census population be used for redistricting? And essentially the short answer is no. We can consider, large developments and that kind of thing, but ultimately we have to rely on that data for the redistricting and staying within that 5% threshold. The second question that was asked of staff was if it is possible to keep all of Floyd Hill together in one district and keeping the Alice area and Fall River within one district. And so we ran through that exercise, and so it is actually quite possible. But what happens is we have to move the southeast end district into District 3. And so that's the Brook Forest Estates area. So in my, I apologize, I had a couple of
That's option 2.
errors in my memo, since corrected here, but yeah, so if we move all of the Fall River Basin from District 3 to District 1 and all of the Floyd Hill District from 1 to District 2, we really end up with a really wide population swing between districts. So I had provided a map, and I'll pull that up here. And this is essentially what we would have to do to kind of level those districts out and be within that 5% threshold. So what we can see here is that the whole Fall River Basin has moved from District 3, St. Mary, so the whole Fall River Basin, including St. Mary's, Alice, all of Fall River, York Gulch, has moved from District 3, the green, to District 1. And then we also moved all of Floyd Hill from District 1 to District 2. And so in order to even things up and keep that within 5%, we had to take this Blue Valley Acres area and this area south, which includes
Forest.
Evans Ranch, a small portion of Upper Bear Creek area, the cabins in the Indian Creek Park area, and some of the homes off of the upper section of Yankee Creek Road into District 3, as well as Brook Forest Estates. So it's an option. That's how it looks. I'll let you make your own opinions or thoughts on that. But that is a doable option by the numbers.
Would it be helpful, since I asked for you to evaluate it, if I said, thank you, I don't think that option looks any good?
You're talking about option 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're trying to do, George, and I have no qualms about whether the entire Fall River Basin moves into District 1. But the idea of of achieving that contiguity by handing District 3, Georgetown, the area over in, Brookvale is, it seems like a pretty dramatic thing. So I'm glad to hear you say that it doesn't look very doable. And I don't know where we draw the line in between one of these others too. Let me go back to 1A.
Yeah, so 1A was kind of what we had discussed at our previous meeting, and here's kind of a full view map of that. And this one, I did not move, make any adjustments in the York Gulch area. I left it as is. And so that boundary wouldn't change. Those districts wouldn't change in that area. That is still the same. And essentially what happens is we do end up splitting Floyd Hill here between districts 1 and 2. And then we add West Chicago Creek and this area down in here from District 3. We move that from District 3 to District 2.
Yeah. I think the only thing the only possibility that lies outside of what these three maps would be that only, and it kind of the only way I could see that could and all it would do is equalize it a little better, but then it'd be almost perfectly equal, would be to kind of extend the York Gulch thing up a little ways but not into St. Mary's. And that way you could literally come into a very tight, like District 2 remains as you've shown it. District 1 would increase a little bit, which would bring it up to around the District 2 level, and District 3 would drop down to about the District 2 level. And that's about the only thing that looks kind of easy to do.
I didn't follow that. What were you talking about?
I think, are you talking about
I'm looking at right now, I'm looking at 1A.
Yeah, okay.
And so if we stayed with 1A, then, but we adjusted it further up towards St. Mary's, but I don't know that really accomplishes much of what George was trying to his suggestions.
I think at our first meeting, I had this as an option, which is basically moving some of this York Gulch area and homes or folks right along Fall River on the I guess north side of Fall River from District 3 to District 1. Is that, I think that sounded
That's like what you were just.
Yeah, and all I'm trying to do is think about what was brought up before, because I mean, the idea of putting Brookvale in with Silver Plume doesn't make a lot of sense to me when you think about transportation corridors. There's a big mountain in between, or a couple of them. Anyway, that's just what I was thinking was, but it looks like 1A gets us well within the 5% margin. What is,
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I thought I wasn't sure what I heard at the last meeting on this particular aspect, so I left that out in option 1A. But we could certainly entertain this move here.
yeah,
So moving 100 people from District 3 to District 1 in the York Gulch area.
That would just get us a little bit lower in our
Variance.
difference. Yeah.
First off, I've realized I probably don't need to think as hard about this as I was trying last time, because second, the reason that might make sense to me is because we do know that there are a lot more people in District 3 than we're allowed to claim.
Yes.
That's a good point. Yeah.
So, I mean, this would help these districts be more balanced in effect. I mean, I could even ask you to, if I really wanted to think too hard about this, I could ask you to try to make District 3 sort of intentionally small. You know what I mean? And grab up maybe into District 1, which is currently the smallest district, although District 1 is about to have 200 new housing units.
Which one? District 1, you're saying?
Assuming that 4 Points gets done.
Oh, yeah.
So this is where, like, I'm already overthinking it, but.
Yeah, that may offset what we're missing because we took a census during a pandemic while there was development going on in District 3.
Yeah. Or really, actually, while people were moving in.
Yeah.
But anyway, I don't mean to correct you. So I don't know. I mean, I think the thing to do is to say, Matt, the best option that we have in front of us is the one that you brought to us originally. And congratulations.
Okay, I mean, yeah, I'm happy to, if you like, continue to explore moving up this Fall River Basin, from District 3 to District 1, or at least maybe doing what's on this screen here.
I don't think you can grab all of St. Mary's without.
No, there's just simply too many to grab that St. Mary's and really much more of this Fall River Basin. I might be able to do this next polygon here, this next tract or
Part of it is the limitation of trying to work within census blocks, right?
Right.
What's your opinion? What's your recommendation? I mean, it's presented to us as an option, which I appreciate, but how would you do it? Would you put those 103 people in District 1?
I really think you could go either way. Yeah.
Not that big a deal.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think there, some of the community up there, some of the area in York Gulch is already in district, is already split. So what you'd be doing is moving more of it together, maybe, but you'd still have a few homes, a few residences that are separated, and you'd be separating maybe more residences along Fall River. So these areas down here, you'd be adding some homes along Fall River. That one side of Fall River is District 1 and the other side is District 3.
Yeah, the only kind of equity thing that you would address by moving it, up York Gulch would be, you wouldn't end up with two commissioners out of York Gulch. That's about the only, as Sean said, all this really affects is who can run for commissioner in what district, and.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think the most compelling thing I can think of to help me have an opinion here is people right now know which district they're in. And I think we would need a compelling reason to change their district. And I don't see one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So I think based on that, let's, I think I support option 1A. And I know this is just a work session. So let me just say, happy to hear option 1A more formally, and also happy to, if you feel motivated to continue to break your brain on this, to
if you want
support other thoughts you have.
Yeah, if you have some other ideas that are even more brilliant than what you brought us so far, we're happy to entertain them. In the meantime, I think it's best if we ratify this in the body of the whole with 3 commissioners here, and I have no burning need to change anything you've done.
Yeah, so what we'll need to do is we'll need to kind of come up with either an option or options, and then share those publicly on the website and set up a hearing and allow people to comment for 30 days to staff, and then we can share those with y'all at the public hearing. We'll make all that information available, and then y'all will need to formally adopt.
Okay.
Did I get that right, Peter?
Yes. Do we need, I guess sort of echoing what Sean said as he, was that he prefers Floyd Hill be as whole as possible. And so having that, if we're talking about presenting options for the hearing, I think it would make sense that one of those options puts these 103 people or some other area into District 1 so that District 1 can shed more people in Floyd Hill. Sean may be more interested in that option.
Yeah, how much of Floyd Hill is in District 2 now?
As of the 2011?
As of, the current.
Very few.
There's no
Some backup and.
There's no folks in Floyd Hill let's see. So I'm not sure I can add in. So right now the Floyd Hill area does not include, it's entirely within District 1 as of the 2011 Commissioner District.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
I thought there were a handful of people. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Let me,
You know, we don't have to settle that.
yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I think we take it to the next meeting, and I'm happy with 1A. Yeah, 1A.
yeah, I mean, I can
And
do,
I,
if you like, if we want to have some options, I can do 1A and maybe 1B, you know, so 1A is what I shared today without moving any of this York Gulch around. And then 1B would be basically the same, but maybe moving this York Gulch area into District 1. But regardless, you know, just kind of doing as much as we can in the Floyd Hill area there.
yeah, and I understand what Sean said about feeling like the people on Floyd Hill identify with Evergreen. Yeah, you know, I've had a ton of friends that live on Floyd Hill, and I think that's a mixed bag. Honestly, you know, some do, some didn't. I think more so, you know, a lot of it has to do with socialization. And when the high school and middle school were in Idaho Springs, the people on Floyd Hill, because of easy access into that high school, a lot quicker, easier access than, for example, coming all the way from Evergreen, where there were more people sending their kids over to Evergreen High School and transferring out. A lot of people on Floyd Hill I know identified with, because their kids in high school, with all the sports teams and all the other stuff going on. And now everybody, I mean, there's still some of that going on, you know, even though the high schools moved to Floyd Hill. So people's perceptions change over time, but I'm not denigrating what Sean is saying. I'm sure there's some element of truth to it, but the only thing we do there is the same thing we just talked about in York Gulch, which we have right now, which is then we kind of take Floyd Hill and split it in half or something, you know, into two different districts.
Yeah, this was kind of the Highland Hills, Floyd Hill area that we had presented in 1A. And so essentially all this area in District 2 here, what's shown in this light red, pink, you know, was or is currently, as of 2011, is in District 1. And so the proposal is to move this area in pink here, and as well as this area in blue, into District 2. And I know it looks odd, but this is just how the census blocks are in this area. They follow the roads there, and they look quite unusual. That's, you know, the roads there are you know, designed how they're designed, and the census blocks follow those. So.
So does that sound, I think what we're asking for is the option 1A that you brought, which seems to make sense to me. And then option two, which represents, sort of roughly speaking, moving people from York Gulch into District 1 so that District 1 can shed people on Floyd Hill into District 2.
Yeah, and
am I misunderstanding you? Does option
here's the challenge. You know, I think there's just not enough. This census block here is about 250 people, and that just throws the numbers too far. If we add this in, I believe, to District 2. So I don't think there's really an opportunity to add any more into Floyd Hill that's adjacent here without maybe going up. Let me go.
Well, then let me say this, because we met and we've gone through this, and I agree with you, and I don't mean to make you waste time. So what I'm really trying to do is reserve space for Sean. And so I think the thing that we can say as a board is, if Sean wants to get with you and work up another option, I am happy to see that included in the hearing. Is that the most clear way to try to?
Sure, I think so. I don't have any more input, and I think Sean expressed an interest that he's not here to defend and further discuss. So I think encouraging Sean to get with you and tinker with the nuts and bolts a little bit is fine, and I have no further input. Whatever you guys come up with is.
Okay, I'll reach out to Sean and see if he wants to play around and see if we can come up with something else, and then if not, we'll go with the option 1A as presented, and then we can do a variation of that where we split York Gulch and put that out on and allow the public to comment on that, and then bring those options back to you.
Yeah, and I just want to offer, since it's on my mind, I just want to offer a compliment. You've shown in this public meeting and then in particular in that private meeting that you have a great command of this data of this community. And these kind of mapping exercises are hard. This data is hard to manage, and you really have a you do an excellent job. So I just want to say that publicly.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll reiterate that. Matt and I worked together on everything from bicycling maps going back 10 years or more and stuff like that. And the guy, he's really good at it. As a matter of fact, you make it look pretty easy.
Okay.
He does.
Thank you.
I'm not saying it is easy. I'm saying you make it look easy, you know.
Okay. Anything else? Good. Thank you, guys.
You bet. Thank you. We're now ready for we're not even way off the beaten path for our 10:45.
Okay.
But I'll bother you later.
Yes.
Our 10:45 work session with Maria to discuss fiscal year 2022 annual update. So I guess we're moving to actuals or something like that.
Thanks, Commissioner. All right, Megan's going to pull up the PowerPoint here so we can walk through it together. It's good to be here with you today. We have made most of our year-end entries. We have very little left to do. We do have the auditors coming in a couple of weeks to conduct their field work. The board has retained Hinkle and Company CPAs to complete an independent financial audit. Of course, the numbers will be final once they put their stamp on things and call them final. But we've got really good data for you and information for you. The auditors will be back to visit with you the first week of June and give you their report. I would like to, next page, please, Megan, walk through a quick summary of all of our funds. Of course, we have our general fund operation, but then multiple special revenue funds. And then talk a little bit more, some details about the general fund, since it is our primary operating fund and it is so important to us being able to provide services to our community. And then talk about the performance of property tax, sales tax, and lodging taxes, as those are the three revenue streams, single largest revenue streams, and vitally important to our financial health. And then give you an ARPA spending update. We know that commissioners have really good line of sight on the ARPA funds, and you want to make sure that you're having really thoughtful, considerable dialogue about how to purpose those funds. So give you an update on where we stand as of year end and what's left and what has not been committed yet. And then it's important to sort of touch on 2023 and beyond. As we all know, we have a budget problem. We aren't in balance and we've got some work to do. So touch on that a little bit. Thank you. All right, here is a look at all of our funds, including our special revenue funds. And this is just a picture of the revenue that came in, what we spent for the year, and how that fund balance changed, or what the net change was. And then a comparison of what we thought, either the original budget or the adopted amended budgets. Where did we think we were going to end the year? So just a comparison, those far two right columns for you. Think one more, Megan. I want to point out for these two funds, we did, when the budget was originally set, sales tax the numbers were fairly low in here. And we knew really early on in the year and have been visiting with the BOCC that sales tax would come in much greater in these two funds. And of course, this was the first year that Road and Bridge was seeing sales tax. And so I just wanted to point out that it did. The forecast for sales tax and what we've been discussing with you kind of ended up right around where we thought it would, but much greater than what we had budgeted. Another one. These two funds are health, human services and public health. These funds they have a small dependency on the general fund. They recoup a large part of their operations is recouped from the state. There's a lot of state funding for human services and a lot of state funding for public health. But of course, we have some property tax going to the human services funds, dedicated property tax. That property tax is being squeezed just like the general fund. It's been declining in years past. And we don't fully recoup all of our costs from the state and won't moving forward. However, We made a change this year in 2022 in the Human Services Fund. We had not been asking the state to pay us part of the benefits costs of staff. We are allowed to do that. We are allowed to recoup a certain percentage of the benefits cost, but we weren't doing that. So we started doing that in 22, and we will be doing that moving forward. And that will certainly help decrease the dependency of human services on any support from the general fund. It's still going to need a little bit, but it's certainly going to help decrease it. And I wanted to give a shout out to both human services, Sarah Casano, our director there, and then Dr. Ryan, public health. Dr. Ryan has done an amazing job of kind of turning over every rock and scrounging around and trying to find every scrap of funding that he can find. And some of his team, Becca Bernal, has done a really good job fundraising, finding every bit of money that she can, and just working every angle that makes sense for our Mountain Youth Network in order to try to maximize their funding. And what this shows you, what this demonstrates, is that for 2022, both of these operations were very successful in what they did. We thought that the general fund was going to have to subsidize human services to the tune of $173,000 when the budget was set. And in fact, it didn't end up having to subsidize in 2022. Same with public health. We thought public health was going to have to be subsidized by $78,000, an additional $78,000. And in fact, they didn't end up having to be subsidized by an additional $78,000. So kudos to them. Next one, Megan.
Am I reading that right? Instead of losing 80,000, that fund gained 140,000
for public health?
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's a
yes and no. The general fund did transfer money to public health in 2022. So the 138 includes the money that the general fund
revenue.
Did transfer. Yes,
That's in the revenue.
Yes. And if the general fund had not transferred what it did, it would have been right around zero. Yeah, but you are reading
This
it.
was still an improvement over an 80 grand down.
Fantastic. I can't say enough good things about Dr. Ryan. He's amazing. General fund. Okay, this is more detail for you. We've got our major categories here of revenue in our general fund and our major categories of spending in our general fund here. You know, what's remarkable about this is no single revenue category came in exactly like we thought it would, right? It was a forecast. It was a budget. We didn't know a lot of things, but the bottom line, $22 million in revenue, actual versus 22 million budget, pretty darn close bottom line. That is kudos to the county manager and the former finance director, Patsy. They said that. So I can't take credit for that. But that's pretty darn dialed in and close. That's pretty amazing. On the spending side, we had a pretty significant budget amendment. You may recall, middle of the year, you appropriated ARPA funds of $1.9 million. We knew before the year was over that there was no way that whole 1.9 would get spent. So we knew there'd be a difference. We'd spend less than was appropriated, and that's exactly what happened, right? That difference is really just those ARPA funds. All said, bottom line, the general fund spent $500,000 more than it brought in. Now we also knew that was going to happen, right? And we know that we have an upside down problem. We know that.
Not as bad as we.
Correct, not as bad. Now we did carry forward the ARPA funding, and we'll talk about that in a couple of slides here. Next page, please. All right, property tax. This is the most important revenue stream for the general fund. It has been declining year over year. We know that. It's common. We talk about it a lot. We visited with the board in early July, about kind of the forward-looking picture on property tax and how much the general fund is getting squeezed. This property tax represents only the general fund. Our emergency services district is reliant on property tax. They're getting squeezed as well. Their revenue's declining. Human services is relying on property tax. That's declining. Open space gets property tax. That's declining as well. I wanted to point out about this one, what's remarkable about this. In 2015, the property tax going to the general fund was $15 million. 11 million of that was from the Henderson mine. So they have been a vital partner of ours, critically vital. Fast forward to 2022, and about 2 million of the 9 million is coming from Henderson mine. So the rest of the county has been increasing in value, which is great, and we want to see that continue to happen. But we also know that Henderson Mine is just so vital and critical and a really important business partner of the county. Next slide.
These numbers are really, really important because of the narrative that we see in which people tell us that that's not really happening. And when you look at the difference, when you look at 11 down to 2, that's a lot.
Striking, right? Yes, yes.
Yeah, I mean, there's some, in spite of the way this graph is directed, there's some really good news, which is, I mean, in 2015, the Henderson said they were going to be closed in 2 years. And they have found a way to stabilize their operation at a much lower production rate. So that's the good news, is that they're not all the way gone. The bad news is that we clearly, I mean, a $9 million difference in revenue from one taxpayer is something worth talking a lot about.
Yep.
Good comments. Okay. Sales tax. Sales tax was up 9.8%. CPI ended the year for the Denver, Aurora, Lakewood area. It ended the year up 6.4. So we beat CPI, which is pretty remarkable given how high CPI had been all year. And you always want to kind of at least keep pace or beat CPI slightly in your sales tax. So this is wonderful. But what I really wanted to point out about this graph is if you look at those summer months, July, August, September, we get most of our sales tax then, right? It really spikes and stays up there. Our tourism traffic is so important to the health of our community, the financial health. It's going to be incumbent on the board and your staff to try to figure out how do we maximize these tourism dollars right by the highway. Grab that money while they're driving through our community. They're going to drive through our community anyway. Let's entice them to spend it right beside the highway and give us their sales tax. So that's pretty remarkable. And I think I didn't realize till I was putting this graph together and was kind of thinking about COVID, which is the bottom blue line there. Even during COVID, when, you know, restaurants, I think they were only allowed to have 50% indoor, bars were shut down for quite a while. You know, those tourism dollars are still really critical. Parents, kids are off school, they're driving through our community, they're spending money here. We just have to find a way to capture that and really capitalize on it.
You know, one thing that would be really nice to see here would be 2019.
Okay.
And only because in terms of understanding trend, we don't really have a baseline on this. You know, what we see is projections for 23. We see actual for 21. I get, you say 23, that's 22, isn't it, the gray?
It is 22. Oh, Commissioner, thank you. Sorry about that.
I was like 23, that must be projected.
You are correct.
So, okay, but anyway, my point is that it's hard to get, because all we're looking at is COVID and post-COVID here, and it would be nice to know where we are relative to where we were before COVID had its impacts on us, which are still with us today in good ways and bad ways, you know, so.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You want to make sure that what I'm saying holds out in a more normal world before COVID. Was that the trend?
Post-COVID versus pre-COVID.
Right, was that the trend?
Feel for it. Even that 1 year would be kind of informative for me to see that line on the graph.
Yeah.
But I'm not trying to just give you something to do on the weekends. I just mention it.
All right. Well, let's look at the next graph.
I would save that for
I just want to point out really quick on that graph that when we look at 2019, 2018, farther back, I think we'll see Amazon not even appear on this list.
That's true. That's true.
And that's because of the Wayfair decision.
Yeah.
And that's a huge impact. I mean, I know these are in alphabetical order and I have a guess as to which one is the highest payer.
You are online purchasing is the wave of the future, and thank God for the Wayfair decision, right?
And these are in alphabetical order in order for the purposes of not disclosing too much.
You are correct. There is a state law that prevents us from disclosing. It protects the business. We are allowed to say these people are in our top 10. We're allowed to say these are the top 3, but we can't say which one, and we can't put a dollar to it.
Yeah.
You are correct. Exactly right. Lodging tax. This holds true as well, as far as showing us that those summer months, July, August, September is what's in that third quarter. Those tourism dollars matter. And again, not that we're enticing people to come ruin our beautiful trails. We're enticing them to stop right off of I-70 and drop their dollars at a restaurant right there. Drop their money right there off of I-70. We are going to be much better off financially if we can find a way to spur economic development that way. What I wanted to point out for you about lodging tax, it was up pretty significantly, but we kind of knew there was pent up demand for the last few years. COVID did a number on everyone. People are just anxious to get out and spend and be out of their houses. But I wanted you to see in the top 10 there, we've got some Georgetown lodgers in there, and that may change as we move forward into the future. Some of these dollars, got the Georgetown Lodge, the Georgetown Mountain, and the Microtel, pretty important and pretty big in our top 10. Next one, Megan. Okay, ARPA spending. So I know the board's been very careful and thoughtful about this. You have a lot of transparency surrounding this. You want to really be purposeful about how you're directing staff to spend this one-time money. You've made several decisions about the money. We did find out in late summer 22 that we were going to get some additional funding from the local assistance tribal community funds. We got 271,000 awarded, which makes that bottom line of total available at the very bottom that you haven't made a decision about it yet, almost $1 million. So we have some lists circulating, and I know the county manager updates those lists and brings you information from staff. We kind of talk about what we think might be good ideas. And I know the board has some really good ideas, but I wanted to put this in front of you, remind you what hasn't been decided, what's still sitting there. And then the other thing I wanted to remind you about this slide, I put numbers on the left-hand side so that we could talk about specifically number 8, the health clinic costs, and number 16, the tenant improvements or health clinic costs. You may recall that you previously authorized we spend $312,000 of ARPA funds on reimbursing Centura, and that was the plan. But we're working to try to maximize the use of the HRSA funds, the other grant for the health clinic specifically. And so we talked to you briefly in December about swapping some of these ideas in and out between these two grant sources, just to make sure that we could maximize both grants and get the best out of both. So that's why you see some of that movement around in there. And we're just going to keep right on top of this, and we're going to keep informing you. We're going to do our best to be able to draw down what we can from the HRSA grant. But we do know that overall, you did say about 500,000 of the ARPA funds could go for this health clinic costs. That was what I wanted to tell you on ARPA. Next slide, please, Megan. Of course, we are just going to visit really quickly about the fact that we are out of balance. We know that, you know that, you're well aware. We know we have heard from you that you would like the community be engaged in this process and know about this and give us their input and ideas and feedback about what they'd like to see about how we fix this. How does this get solved moving forward? The graph on the right, you've seen this one. I just keep updating it for you, plugging it in. The green line is the revenue. The red line is spending. If we do nothing and we give, we don't give staff a raise for the foreseeable future. This is kind of what's happening. And obviously our bank account goes negative at the end of 27 and state law, we can't do that, right? We can't have an unbalanced budget. We cannot be negative. So something has to change. Status quo won't work. Something has to change between now and then. Next slide, please, Megan. This is a look at a software tool that we're working with to try to find a way where the community can easily be engaged, provide you their input. They can change some of these costs. They can go in and hit some buttons and say, I think I'd like to see this area reduce costs here. I think I'm okay with you reducing costs here. Or you know what? I would support an increase here. I would support a revenue increase here. So we're working on this. When the county manager talked to you about the retreat earlier in the meeting, this is one of the things we want to make sure that you all have a big part in. How do you want this to look? What do you want? How do you want the community engaged? And what would you like to ask them to make sure you're getting their feedback and input? If you are curious, the city of Denver is using this tool for several reasons. They just launched it a couple months ago and it's pretty cool. You can go on their website and you can noodle around with it if you'd like to get some ideas for what you'd like to see in our community as well. But this is just a little picture of what it looks like today. We're coming to you during the retreat, kind of go through all of these different categories and get your input and see how do you want us to engage the community? What do you want us to ask and make sure that we get their feedback? That is it for me, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
You mentioned that this allows them look to adjust our spending, does it also allow people, myself included, to play with what it looks like to?
Absolutely. Yes. Yes. And we can, we have a lot of flexibility in how we can ask that. So, for example, under charges for services, you can put a plus and minus button, and you can have a pop-up that says, I would like some fees increased, and here's some fees that I would suggest we increase. Or you can say, you can actually put in there, increase building permit fees by 20%, generates this much money. Yes, I support this. Yes, I'd like to see this happen. So you can ask the question both ways.
Does it allow for us to construct narratives like what I'm trying to say here is, say we decided, can we communicate the consequences of decisions as well? Like say I'm in here playing around and I say, and I'm not saying this for the record, but say I just say, oh, I think that the Health and Human Services budget should be cut in half. Will that include, will they be able to see some kind of a narrative of what that would do to that department? So
the county manager's thought process on this is, first of all, getting a video, like when you come in on this site, having Megan help put together a video of commissioners talking about what the goal is and what we hope to hear from, and what some of the consequences are. It's okay if you want to reduce spending here, but what does that mean? Does that mean that you wait 6 weeks for a building permit now and you're going to wait 3 months? Just so that they have an understanding of, what does that change mean to me in how I conduct my business in the county?
I think it's helpful for people to understand, we've had, first of all of us can always improve every day in our performance. I don't care how good you get, you can always do better. And we've spent a lot of time focused on how long it takes to get a building permit, for example, in Clear Creek County. Having been integrally close to how long it takes to get a building permit in Summit County and Pitkin County and places like that, I'm aware that we actually get them out faster than just about anybody else that are in that category. So when people start talking about it, it's good to know also not only what does that mean on the ground, and what are the other costs that are generated by not taking care of this problem and running this department. What happens when you don't have Health and Human Services? What other costs suddenly, like you push down, it's like a game of whack-a-mole. You push down here and it pops up over here. And I don't know how you can build that model really where people can go in and play like that, because that would be a really socially complex model. But we also have some kind of legal restrictions, and there's places where almost all the money we get that funds a certain department comes from outside of us anyway, and comes from state funds. And I'm thinking about Health and Human Services and stuff like that. It's not like you could just cut Health and Human Services in half and save all that money and have it to spend on, new snowplows or something like that. Because it's not, there's a use it or lose it to a lot of this stuff too. If you don't use it, then you don't get it. And so having a model that reflects that would be helpful for people, so that they're, it's like there's a macro built in where you can't, there's certain things, if you cut this over here, if you cut this cost, you also cut these revenues at the same time, that kind of.
Yeah, and we're working on the spending side. That's an excellent point. We're working on the spending side, and an example is the BOCC budget. Your budget is roughly almost $500,000, but your salary is set by statute. You can't change that even if you wanted to, right?
Not quite correct.
It's state.
We can voluntarily reduce our salaries.
So it's a state law, but one of the things we wanted to put in there is tell taxpayers and the community when they're looking at it. It's not like you guys just decided to give yourself a big raise, right? This is a state law. This number's a state law. Transit's another one. For example, we will put in there, if you want to reduce transit, we get this much in grant funding. So it's going to reduce the revenue as well.
That's my point.
Yeah.
That's what I was getting at. There are places like grants, and then there are places like where Health and Human Services funds come from and things like that.
Yeah, and we'll dive into this in greater detail with you on the retreat, but Health and Human Services is another good example. This is general fund only. So Health and Human Services is almost fully supported by state funding. So that's not even part of this dialogue, only to the extent that there is a small amount of money being transferred to Health and Human Services from the general fund to support it. But the $3.9 million budget that covers Health and Human Services, that's not part of this model. Yes, because it would go away without this. Like if you want the expense to go away, the state funding goes with it. So you're not solving anything by getting rid of it.
That's why that number in there is $237,000.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a pretty neat tool. We look forward to sharing it with you. We're going through it right now and coming up with scenarios, and those are the kind of things that we're gonna want to get your input on. You know, for instance, we've locked the sheriff's office patrol thinking, more than likely, we're not gonna let people cut patrol, right? Because it's so small to begin with, right? So you have the ability to restrict where people can cut.
That's kind of what I was thinking about is to micro-engineer that. And I see as I'm looking closer because I didn't have my reading glasses on, I'm actually looking at it down here and now they're looking and say, 237, and then at the top, of course, general fund budget. But yeah, so that restriction's built in already. That is the 237 is what's discretionary that we could theoretically cut, but I don't know.
And even a part of that 237, which we'll engineer in here, the Veterans Administration is in the general fund. We get 25,000 to cover Veterans Administration.
So if you cut.
We can't cut all of it, right? We don't have an obligation to have a full-time person, which makes that budget more like 90,000, but you can't cut all of it because then you lose that revenue. And we have an obligation to provide some level.
Build that floor in where people can
Yes.
they can only take it down so far.
Exactly. Yes. We have a statutory obligation to provide some level of Veterans Administration.
So a portion of that 237, as an example, is non-discretionary.
Correct. It'll be locked and there'll be a note or a comment as to the person doing it, playing with it, why they can't make it go any lower than that, why you can't change any more than that.
Mm-hmm. Cool. I mean, that looks very good. George, any more questions? Or?
No, I don't have any questions. I'm excited to see this tool go live, and sounds like you put a lot of thought into it, and I hope it helps communicate. I think I'll just say what I'm trying to avoid is what I think is the worst possible scenario for this community, which is that they end up with an underfunded county government. Because the fact is that we have a lot of rules on the books and a lot of rules that we're obligated to have, right? And if you don't have a government that's funded well enough to be thoughtful about those rules, update them regularly, implement them effectively, then you have the worst version of government and the version of government that everybody hates, which is this thing that's just stuck, that has these rules that don't make sense and that can't enforce them or really implement them effectively. So
there's some other pieces that we're working on that we could say are discretionary. We're talking about housing and childcare and all kinds of projects and things we're doing that have we heard Mitch talk about it this morning, the money that's invested in, for example, early childhood development and education pays a dividend, and there are areas that we're in moves to austerity where we can make our problems worse. They're things we do that are discretionary, but by using that discretion, we're actually shooting those that follow us in the foot.
Yeah. I mean, that's a really great point. I mean, bad government costs individuals a lot of money. You know what I mean? And to the extent we can communicate that, we'll be more successful.
Yeah, if we're unable to improve, it's going to be harder to make money here, as an example.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well, with that, we have concluded our all of our agenda items today, with the exception of some executive sessions. And I know we've cut a couple of those out. So what I'd like to do is move that we go into executive session for the following purposes. Oh, wait, we want to hold this off till 12:30, is that correct?
12:15. I mean, you could open it and we can go in or
Well,
just.
we're not gonna go in at this time, though.
No, there's no point in it. Sean, we want
Recess.
Sean here for these sessions.
I would just
Do a recess.
So yeah, let's do a recess until 12:15. Gives us 1 hour for lunch or whatever we want to do. And check our emails, and we'll reconvene at 12:15. The public needs to know that all we're going to do at that time is make a motion, go into an executive session, come out of that executive session, and then close the meeting for the day. So there'll be no more public agenda items other than going into executive session and coming out of executive session going in at 12:15 and coming out whenever. So. Recess.
And my sister, yeah. So I'll be there for like a week, so. Well, I'm glad we can go. But mostly just, my dad goes to the gym in the mornings, I go with him. See back, so he's just kind of. Let's go socialize. And then. Then we just hang out all day and I'll do some work on there too. I'll have Fox News, my volume 50 all day and. My sister will get done with work and mom. Like a bowl. All right, we can. And he's saying hi.
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 And Sean is back. That's good to see. And we're live again. Okay, we're back in Board of County Commissioners session. All we have left to do is to go into executive session. And after which we will come back out of executive session and then adjourn for the day. So there won't be any more business conducted in this room. So I move that we go into executive session for the following purposes.
Should wake up. Okay, so one, I think that's a really good motion.
Peter was prepared.
Oh,
everyone.
man. For the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to CRS 30-11-1075 and the collection of the county's lodging tax. And pursuant to CRS 246402 for A and E, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest in communication towers located on Raven Road and Upper Elk Valley Drive, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations or determining negotiation strategies, or instructing negotiators with regard to those transactions.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We will now move into executive session. No minutes will be kept and no decisions will be made.
Same link as this morning, Peter?
Yes.
Okay, we have completed our executive session. No minutes were kept of the meeting and no decisions were made. And we're back in our regular BOCC meeting and we are adjourned for the day.